G'day everybody, and welcome back for some more Underground Alone, where I'm probably not going to be spending an awful lot of time underground, because I need more magnesium, because I really need to make a fighter that is better than the Fightless, after attempting last week to do that, and failing dismally. Like, oof. That thing that's on the surface, it's terrible. It's... I can't even say it's barely functional. It doesn't function. This thing is just a mess. Oh. Huh. I need to think about where I can put turrets so that they give good coverage without shooting each other or the ship they're on, which is frustrating. And I need to, unfortunately, abandon the use of the autocannons and instead use Gatling turrets, because Gatling turrets are just simply better. They have such a vast increase in rate of fire that they have a much higher chance of any of those bullets hitting, and when you're fighting against small grid that's light armor, you don't need more damage per bullet. You just need more bullets. Thanks, Elemental. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Thank you so much. How's it going? And thank you, Ogre, for 42 months. Oh, excuse me. Ah. I am still not perfect. But I am better than I was on Monday, as in, I can talk without it hurting. And for those of you that watched the Baldur's Gate stream on Kabak's channel on Tuesday, would know that my voice was altered in such a way that it fitted rather neatly to the Barlight temple that we were in, and me narrating the various stories that were in there. I kind of wish I could... Ooh, my battery is low. I kind of wish there was a way that I could actually make my voice do this normally. But... The only way I've made my voice drop this far is either by being sick or being hungover. Slash being... Actually, no, I don't have to be sick or hungover. I just have to stay up really late, yell a lot overnight, and then try and speak in the morning. Which doesn't sound to me like a good idea to do long term. But when I was younger, I did wish that my voice could be like this all of the time. Excuse me. I'm going to be doing that a bit. Apologies. But I am feeling better. This is an improvement. I promise you. Yeah, Shadow. There is something about the voice change that happens with this, and I'm not surprised you want to be able to do your Morty voice. Yeah, the Fool. It was especially far off on Tuesday. It also, on Tuesday, I was sitting closer to the microphone, so I didn't have to project my voice quite so far. And so it probably changed the quality of my voice a fair bit, because of the proximity. Yeah, Zero, not something I would recommend. Anybody do. In fact, I gave Wasted explicit advice to stop doing that when he lost his voice a couple of years ago. So, I will repair this while I'm waiting for my mining rig to charge up a bit, because I gotta go out and get some magnesium, but I figured trying to do so with an underpowered rover was not a good idea. Shadow, if someone offered me a job to do, like, an audiobook or a documentary or something like that. Even if that was, like, paid rather poorly, I reckon I'd still do it, because I reckon it'd be fun to get some experience with that. But yeah, no one's approaching me for that. I imagine if I had a voice more like this all the time, perhaps they would. Because it does have a little bit more of that classic radio announcer voice. I I do try and jump at those sorts of opportunities, where I can do something different, something new, something I haven't previously experienced. So I think it makes everything more fun. What the heck happened to this side of this thing? Did it lose? It lost a welder. I lost a whole welder on this one. I'm gonna have to manually repair that. Because I don't carry any large steel tubes on this thing, I think. Yep. I have jokingly considered reading some books, like public domain books, and then publishing that on YouTube, since a number of people seem to have a since a number of people seem to watch my streams to help them fall asleep. And I thought, there is a thresh over there. I thought it could be nice to provide them with a means to fall asleep to the same voice, but without the risk of me going, ah, bad one, or yelling into the screen or something like that. Just have to find the time to do it. What the? Was that? Did I just fly over all that damage before? I think I did. Oh, they fall asleep without the blamos. I think most people find it easier to fall asleep without them. Or without screams of bad wrong. Shadow. As long as it's not a sneeze, I can fall asleep to it. Okay, so thoughts, everyone. Should I turn off some of these turrets here, since they seem to shoot up my base more than they seem to shoot up the drones that come in? And just rely on the towers instead, which seem to have better fields of fire that do less damage to my own base. I'm getting some significant yeses from chat. Alright. Well, let's just get this thing landed, because I think I've run out of materials anyway. Hopefully the power is back in the miner and I can go and collect some magnesium. And some ice, because power might be getting a little bit low on the base. Especially as none of my solar panels are even functional. You're going to be annoying, aren't you? Oh, turn off turrets. Let's do that first. Yeah, you mean, I don't know whether Keen would entertain introducing turret angle limitations. Because if we had just, even if they were fairly simple, just azimuth and elevation controls that mean you have to limit it at all angles, I think that would be kind of cool. Like, if you could set azimuth can work between X and Y, and elevation is limited between X and Y degrees elevation. But I have no idea whether the turret system in-game would have to be rebuilt from scratch to enable that. And my suspicion is that it would. That you'd have to rebuild the entire weapons system to do so, and that's probably why they'll say no. You can't build custom turret printers without a plugin, because custom turrets are subgrids. So custom turrets don't work in a situation where they're getting constantly destroyed. That's the main reason I haven't used custom turrets, is because repairing them and rebuilding them is a painstaking process. And one I'd rather not spend lots of time on. It's bad enough that I have to constantly rebuild my other things. Although I guess if... yeah. I hope if we are getting a Space Engineers 2 in the future, that they think about this, even this side of stuff, before they actually publish it. Because I think it would be really nice for a weapon system to be built with... Why am I taking this? I don't want this. I was just repairing it quickly. It'd be really nice for a weapon system to have the ability for, like... I guess a system similar to... Envorian would be kind of nice, where you can build your own custom turrets, and then that becomes its own block. I just don't think Space Engineers can do that. But it would be nice as a... It'd be pretty cool as a way to be able to repair your custom turrets. Come on. Out of the way. Out of the way. Use my indestructible tire to push and push and gone. Okay, magnesium first. So I was definitely out of it last week. Oof. Huh. I wonder if they're... I mean, the way that custom turret controllers can limit their ranges is by limiting the hinges and the things. The custom turret controller itself doesn't actually limit any range. I was about to say, I wonder if there's some way to make a custom turret controller that works on regular turrets. It's a custom turret thing. That wouldn't work either. But yeah, I have no idea whether it's a feasible thing within the Space Engineers that we have, that you could get azimuth and elevation controls within the turret itself. I feel like there was a time, maybe like 3 years ago, or maybe even 4 years ago, could have been longer, where your own bullets didn't damage your own grids. I wonder if maybe... I do wonder whether that would feel a better compromise to our current situation or not. Come on. Get down in the hole. Gotta do this quickly before a drone comes in. Yeah, your weapons hitting your grid would be annoying, but at least it wouldn't be a case for having to rebuild. And I think if you're accidentally shooting yourself, you're just not gonna be as worried about it if it's only a graphical thing. And so it would certainly make for a less frustrating experience with turrets. Yeah, the sweep of the bases last week seems to have helped out a bit. Because that was constant. I really didn't get a break. And I need to have that break because I need time to think about why I suck at making a gunship fighter thing. And how I might do a better job. Oh well. I think there are some things I can do to improve it. Like, just starting out from the beginning with the idea of, okay, I need to make sure that this thing has clear lines of fire around all the turrets, and that I predominantly use Gatlings. Trouble is, it's gonna make it really hard to make it look any good. Because the Gatlings have such a large base on them. But that's half the challenge. It's half the fun. If it was easy, it wouldn't be fun. Yeah, Tommaso voice is a bit better. I think I ended up with a bacterial infection in my throat. That's why my throat was getting so bad, and I felt better, but my voice did not. Oops. Honk. Where do you place Gat? Placing Gatlings on pistons. The trouble there, Core, is you're doing the exact same thing as making a custom turret controller. You're putting it on a subgrid and making it really, really hard to repair. As soon as you introduce a piston, a rotor, or a hinge into the defense arrangement on the base, you create the same sorts of problems. You have to have, then, room on that subgrid for a projector, and you have to make sure that that subgrid doesn't get completely wiped by any attack. As soon as it does, you then have to manually go back in and repair the whole thing, which is not really desirable. I don't think large grid should have static Gatling guns, no. Just because small grid has a thing, doesn't mean large grid should have a thing. Similarly, just because large grid has a thing, doesn't mean small grid should have it. I think keeping them unique is a good thing. Also, a Gatling gun at that scale just, I think, would feel weird. The missile launcher with its giant dimpled end looks weird enough. Yeah, I totally understand the urge to want what exists in one grid size to be available in the other. But I also feel like that creates problems which I've actively attempted to mod out of Space Engineers by giving you tiers. It's like, why would I ever use X grid size when I can do all of the same stuff with the other grid size? Having them be a unique thing means you've got a meaningful choice to make. And choices are what makes games fun. If we didn't want choice, we'd just watch movies. Which is fair enough for some of the time, but I think when I feel like playing a game, I want to make a choice. I want to be an active participant in what's going on. Not passively just trying to get a better, higher number. Thanks, Slangani. Thank you so much for 8 months. Hopefully no blammo just yet. Thank you. You can have blammo when I get back to base and it's not me going blammo. Is this an interactive movie? I guess this is kind of an interactive movie. But I guess it's just what are you in the mood for? Like, from my games, I want a game. From my movies, I want a movie. But I don't want to... But from my games, I don't want a movie. Horses for courses or something. And nothing bad coming my way. And then this stream, live streams in general fall somewhere in between, because there's direct interactivity with most content creators. Some more than others. And then, like, in this context, there's even more because you guys can directly manipulate the game. Shadow, I toyed with the idea of doing the sort of stuff, or asking Nev to do the sort of stuff with the Twitch integration that a number of the other ones do. Like having events trigger on paid for things, so subscriptions, bits, etc. And I start feeling a little bit uncomfortable with that sort of thing. I think it might be alright to have if I had some means of tying it into like a charity sort of thing. But in this direct sort of control style of thing, it just feels... Some aspects of it just don't feel right to me, and I can't figure out what exactly, and whether there's a way to make that better. Thanks, Scrat. Thank you for lucky 13 months. Thanks, Silly Streak. Thanks for the 100 bits. Yeah, it kind of feeds into a concept that I dislike about a lot of these integration things, which is that a lot of them end up being, how can the chat whales bully the streamer? And I deliberately used the evocative term there. How much magnesium do I actually have? Because I do feel like it's that sort of... Yeah, I really did run out completely. It's that sort of thing. Alright, how are we going power-wise? Fully depleted in 16 hours, 3 hours. Okay, because I've got so many more batteries on my base, thanks to the towers, my power is not too dire just yet, but it is going to get concerning. Skies are still clear for mining. I'm going to grab some ice, I think. See if we can get a little bit more power, just so it doesn't become a genuine problem. No, I'm not gonna... I don't think I'm gonna go for railguns. Although... Did we determine that railguns... that I had the stuff I needed for railguns? I thought they needed uranium for the Sabo. Thanks, Last Data. Thank you for the sub. Thank you very much. Captain Grimm, I really wish I had the time to learn from the depths so that I could play it at a pace that wouldn't be incredibly painful to watch. Because it's such a dense game, and it is... You've got to know it well enough, I think, to be able to talk about what you're doing, to keep it from being a very, very slow, very, very frustrating experience. We all wish we had the time to learn from the depths. Yeah. Thanks, Gate. Thank you so much for the 500 bits. Yeah. From the depths, from the outside, seems like it would be quite a cool game to get my head around. I just struggle to see when or how that's going to happen. Because I reckon if I could get my head around it, I could probably teach a bunch of people how to get their heads around it so they could enjoy it too. And the developer of it, in my brief interaction with them, seemed like they were aware of the challenges and would probably appreciate someone coming in and doing that for them. Thank you, Dominator. Thank you so much for the 10 months. Yeah, the learning stuff on stream can certainly work for the right games. And I've certainly, thankfully, I'm going to say it this way, gotten less bad at that over the years. Because, oh my gosh. The first time Capac and I tried to record something where we were learning it live during the recording was so bad. It was the worst thing we've ever recorded. I tried to edit it and I'm just like, Capac, this is just really bad. This is horrible. Like, I can't even make this funny. This is just painful. This is painful to watch. And so, yeah. At least it's not that bad anymore. Because it was a weird game for us to choose as well, but we had a we were like, let's have a look and see how it goes with recording. It was one of the Lego games, as in the Lego RPG type games, and we had all sorts of control scheme fails at the start. And it was bad. Because I couldn't even work out how to do some basic stuff. Which is one of the reasons I typically load up a game and check out the controls before I actually stream or record video in it. Need to at least do those basic things. Yeah, Tommaso, the No Man's Sky streams have been pretty awful. I'm going to choose to blame No Man's Sky for that. Just because I know it gets some people riled up. And that, to me, is occasionally funny. Because I'm also... I have older siblings, so annoying people sometimes is something I find amusing. Also, Capac. I find annoying him amusing. Okay. That's a little bit of ice. See you, Shadow. Okay. It's not bullying, it's audience participation. I know you're joking, Tommaso, so I'm just going to glaze over that. Oh, I've still got a wreck over there on the grinder pit. Interesting. I thought I'd cleaned that up. Wait. I don't remember there being this many drop pods around at the end of last week. I am clearly misremembering, though. Because they're there, and I can't imagine any way that the game could have brought them back. Underground alone is filmed before an antagonistic studio audience. Do I need to hold up like a laugh sign and a "aw" sign and various different things so that you know how to react appropriately to the scene at hand? So that you can effectively be canned laughter? Yeah, groans. That too. Okay, we have engines running. We have magnesium probably still being used up by the ammunition production. Yes. I'd probably need to head out and get even more magnesium. Well, I've still got the chance. And apparently I'm out of gold too. Yeah, they all require uranium, which I don't have. Okay. Oh, you guys spawned in raider pods, did you? I see. So they must have been shot down while I wasn't at base. Cool. Cool. Good to know the spawning location is really weird. think 2 loads of magnesium should probably cover most of the magnesium that I need. It'll take a little while for it to be processed and in place, but that should cover me. And if I come back after that, grab a little bit more ice, like another load of ice, I should then be able to focus on the fighter. So I'm trying to think about how to make the fighter work. I think with it needing to be Gatlings, and ideally needing to have those Gatlings not be able to shoot each other, I'm just trying to think about where to position them on the fighter such that my usual facing toward the enemy won't put the Gatlings in line with one another. Because unfortunately they're always going to be. There's always, like, unless I have a single Gatling on the top and a single Gatling on the bottom, or a single Gatling right and left, I can't think of a way to arrange the guns such that no gun is ever in line with another one, but all the guns are able to fire on the same target at once. Hey, Squammer. So I'm trying to think of how I normally fly and how I would normally get the turrets shot up by each other. Very long ship with guns at ends. The trouble is, with offsetting the Gatlings, that just means that the higher up ones can be shot by the lower down ones. Yeah, that reduces the chance of the lower down ones getting shot by the higher up ones. Where the heck is my entrance? I could have sworn I had a GPS that marked my entryway. I did. I disabled it. That was smart. Oops, too far. Pressed one too many. No, Daz, they're not really here to support my fixed weapons in this game mode. The drones are too nimble for me to be able to hit with my own weapons. My fixed weapons, I'm too inaccurate, I'll never actually manage to hit. The turrets are there to do the entire job of hitting the drones. The turrets need to do all of the work, which is why this is such a challenging situation. I have to figure out how I can make it so that the turrets can do all the work without, well, doing it on each other. Huh. That's an interesting idea. My little golf ball caltrop thing that I built in Assertive Acquisitions. What if I built something like that, but bigger? One second. Because if I made something like that was big enough for me to be in the middle of it, it should give nice and clear lines to everything around, like to all the turrets. Allowing them all to shoot in the same directions at once. And if I enter from the same side as the connector is placed, that's only one angle that doesn't get... like, that'd be only one direction that wouldn't have a Gatling turret on it. Interesting. I wonder if that can work. That's still floating down. I'll collect it in a minute. Yeah. A giant space ball, or basketball, or beach ball. Ooh. Would there be enough shapes on it that I could paint it like a beach ball? have 4 different colors going down the 4 different sides. Be this friendly little round thing that approaches your base and then delivers all of the hatred. Oh, speaking of hatred. Had to land so that I can hear it when I'm underground. Right. Great, great, great. I wonder if Kevin MacLeod knew what he was unleashing upon the world when he made this song. Okay. And I'm out. He was trying to spend all the karma he earned. Yeah, that guy has earned a lot of karma from a lot of creators over the years. Making all of his stuff freely usable. Down, down, down. This is making me rush my mining efforts. Because I don't want to hang around. Since the Gatlings can distinguish between targets, I wonder if there is a way to tap into line of sight from a script. There probably is, but it probably requires the use of raycasts, which would make the script very performance heavy. Actually, now that I say that out loud, I wonder if that's why the turrets are so bad these days. It's because they maybe made them more performance friendly by making them worse. Come on, get out of the hole. And with it. Oh, I'm going to leave this thing here, by the way, that's playing the music. I'm not going to shoot it this time. Because then I can let a drone shoot it later. It's the sound you would expect in a German Chuck E. Cheese. I think it's the sound you'd expect in any Chuck E. Cheese. I only have vague knowledge of Chuck E. Cheese from American media. And then I learned a lot more about it recently, and yikes, that thing is creepy. Thanks, Drakadar. Thank you so much for 22 months. Yes, good morning. Trying to think whether it got broke, whether the turrets started shooting stuff more when we got warfare and the bullet drop. Yeah, it is the real Five Nights at Freddy's, isn't it? Two kids. Trust me, Chuck E. Cheese is way worse than fun music. Oh, I can imagine. But if you really want to creep yourself out, go look at what Chuck E. Cheese was in the 70s. Twisted minds. Twisted minds. Okay. I think that's 3 loads on this one, which means I'm pretty much full. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Bonk. Couldn't resist. Oh! I wasn't watching where I was going. I can see Grimace being a taste bud. Yeah, I can see that. Okay. Almost there. Almost ready to start building a ball. I need to figure out how big the ball can be and still fit down my tunnels. Because I'm not sure what my maximum dimensions are going to be. No, I'm not enlarging my tunnels. I'm very strictly stuck to not touching the area that I voxel and messed with. Largely because I don't want to have to fix it. It's pretty decent. There's at least 3 blocks high in large grid and at least 3 blocks wide, so that's 15 by 15 by 15. That's a moderate amount of space. Yes, don't mess with voxel hams. Sure, Chiller.
Alright, 107,000 kilos of magnesium ore plus what's in the refineries. Good. And we're down to producing Gatling ammo. So, almost there. Almost there. Yeah, 2-bit hacker, the Atari founder making Chuck E. Cheese didn't seem that weird to me, because the people who were skilled with that sort of stuff back then were a pretty niche little group. There seems to be a lot more crossover of early tech things. Toby is coming up on his birthday very soon. Yes. I will be making a little dinosaur decorated cake for him. And he will experience chocolate cake for the first time. And there are 2 jerks inbound from a base. No, 3 jerks. No. Yep, still 3. Oh, delightful. Well, I better be quick. We still need this. I don't know that I've got time to do this. 4.4k's out. Come on, at least we can get one load and go back in. Gotta take the risk sometimes. Land quicker. Land quicker. Hurry up and land quicker. Drive. Oh boy. I'm gonna have to take out that base. That's gonna be one of my first goals. What's he soon to have a chocolate flavored baby? Yep. Chocolate coated. Like, I know Toby will have absolutely no recollection or even possibly even no awareness that his cake is anything special. But I figure this year is practice. Because next year, he'll potentially have some awareness that the cake is a thing, but then won't remember it even a week later. That's the first jerk. But then when he's 3, it'll start to matter. Ooh. Did I get hit? Oh. Nope, that would be the hole, because that triangulated between those 2 turrets that were still firing. Yeah. That one landed. Does Toby even know what a dinosaur is? He knows that dinosaurs have funny feeling teeth, spines, and other things, because there's a book made for really little kids called That's Not My Dinosaur. Oh, okay, that one almost hit. And it's up until the last few weeks, it had been one of his favorite books for us to read him. Now his favorite book is probably... Where's Spot? Or piranhas don't eat bananas. Oh man, this is getting very close. Alright, can I convert this? No, let's just scrap it. There we go. Thanks, Dolphin. Thank you for 3 months. Oh, that was another collision with the ground. Okay, you guys are all turning off. You're still shooting up my things as well. In fact, you've shot up my carrier thing. Ugh. I'm gonna turn you off too. Alright. Back to things. At what age will I start reading him Tolkien? Probably, my guess would be sometime mid to late primary school. It's like, I wouldn't think he'd appreciate it until he's at least 8 or 9. Like, I'm trying to think when I first read The Hobbit, and I think I read The Hobbit in... Actually, I don't think I was exposed to The Hobbit until high school. I think I might have read it in year 7 or 8. Did I leave the spawn rate that quick on purpose? No. Am I going to change it? Probably not. Am I going to go deal with that base? Yeah, probably. I should take the Fightless out and deal with it, because this is actually horrific. Oof. One of the big challenges with the golf ball design is going to be making it big enough that I can fit the thrusters around the turrets on each side, such that the thrusters don't damage the turrets or vice versa. But I still get enough lift that I can control the thing quite well. Okay, yep, I gotta deal with this. I'm gonna run out of magnesium again if I don't. Alright, Fightless, let's go. I'm gonna go a little bit out of the way first, so that we don't fly over all the missiles and use up all the ammo before we even get there. What the? Seriously? Turrets, stop shooting! Ugh. You're kidding me. Oh my. Wow. Why are you so bad? It's so much worse because of the turret bug on servers where they just keep shooting until they run out of ammo. Oh boy. So bad. Dillstroy, I mentioned earlier, one of the reasons I have to use turrets is that these drones that I'm up against, they are way too nimble for me to be able to hit them with my fixed weapons. I've attempted it a couple of times and they're too good, too quick. So like, the turret just then shouldn't have been shooting at all. I don't even know what it was shooting at. It just picked a random target, started shooting, and that happened to be on the other side of the turret that wasn't shooting at that target either. I feel like that jerk might be headed my way. Oh! Drone. Turret is down. I mean, drone is down. Space is still calling in helpers. I'm about to get within their turret range. Come on, kill the thing, kill the thing, kill the thing. Ugh, I have to get out of range. Oof. Oh. Ugh. Oh man, this is really hard to take on this base. There are so many drones that come out so quickly. Something with missiles is out there. Ooh! Is it dead? A little more adjustment for gravity, yeah. Still seeing more badness. Oh no, there's another turn out there. Oh. I think this one is dead. Let's see. Am I going to get shot at? Yep. Oh, come on. Shoot the battery, would you silly turrets? How have you not got line of sight there? Come on. Ammo's still okay. I've still got 30 cases in my cockpit. Try and take out the turrets this time. So my recoil slowly lifts my nose. So I assume that's recoil. Die already! Okay, I think it's disconnected from the battery now. Alright. I think those jerks may be far enough away from my base that I don't have to worry about them. I think I can go home. I'm going to take out the ones in the air and try and see if I can quickly take out that base. I probably won't be able to, but I at least want to see how far it is from my base. Where am I? Base is 6.4 k's out. I can't remember what sort of targeting range I gave on the jerks. Ramming speed. Oh, right. Huh. I have a better idea. Before we work on the next fighter, I'm going to work on a base intercept missile. Because with it just being interior turrets, I should be able to do base intercepts with something that's fairly straightforward. This will be 100% player controlled as a missile, but the idea that I've got in mind is have a little umbrella on the front so that I can take the damage from, tank the damage from the interior turrets, and then have multiple warheads behind that I can trigger once I get to within range of the center of the bases. Oh, definitely warheads. Definitely warheads. Especially warheads I particularly like, ever since I learnt a few facts about them from Digi. As in the same Digi who made Build Info. Amongst many other things. Because warheads do not need to be armed to increase the detonation power of the warhead you detonate. Any warheads within the radius of the detonation of the first warhead will amplify the power of that detonation. So you only arm one warhead and use it to explode the rest of them. I don't know if hydrogen tanks amplify in the same way. That I'm not sure about. But I know warheads do. Thanks, Talazan. Thanks so much for 25 months. And yes, Blammo is inbound. Hopefully the good kind. Yeah, it is a lot of smoke. Can I get to these welders? Oh yeah, close enough. Come on. Fix up what you can. Why do I feel like there is scrap inside this ship that's stopping welding from happening? Yay, another turret to get shot off at the start of every battle. Okay, there is at least one jerk heading this way. I'm a little bit worried that all the other ones will. So, missile. Let's do that first, then we'll do the golf beach ball. Okay. Why do I still have battery on there? Oh. Yep, that's that first jerk coming in. Is it going to get hit before it hits the ground? Just. Good. If I don't dig a silo for the missiles, I'm doing it wrong. Disagree. For one very significant reason. Testing. They gotta earn a silo. Or something like that. Oh, that's not how I wanted to do that. I gotta make sure this thing works first. Thanks, Ice Freak. Thank you for the gift sub. Small batteries are gonna leave me with a range problem. Because I'm gonna need to have enough thrust for this thing to fly with atmo thrust. I think I should lean into the mushroom side of things with this. If I go with... Hang on, let's do it this way. How many thrusters do I reckon I actually need? Maybe I do only need 2. That might be strong enough to lift this. Why not hydrogen engines? Because I'm using hydrogen for power, so there's a decent chance that in a moment of desperation I won't actually have the power I need in order to... or the fuel I need in order to launch one of these. So we've got forward, left, right, and up. I guess I could put a single reverse thrust on it just so that I've got the ability to control my heading a little bit better. Like that. Okay, now. Now I need to have mushroom shield. And I'm going to paint it red and white, because otherwise how do you know it's a mushroom? Flat mows for laterals? Oh yeah, fair point. Flat mows would be a good idea. Oh, I ground the wrong block. I was hasty. In fact, flat mows for reverse thrust could be valid as well. Just a single flat mow. Maybe flat mows all around. Maybe flat mows all around. Let's try and do the whole thing with flat mows. I'm going to weld this central bit so that I don't have to... so that I'm less likely to grind straight through it again. I make a 3x3 flat area on top. That'll give me pretty good area for sticking flat mows on and cameras, because I'm going to need more than one camera just in case it gets shot. Although, to be honest, I'm probably going to use spectator camera to follow this in so that we can definitely see what happens after I hit rather than everything going dark as the camera cuts out. Because I think that's more fun. Easier in some ways, yes. More fun, definitely. So will the warheads be the spores it releases? Probably, because I'm planning on putting them in behind this umbrella. And now that I say it's an umbrella, I kind of feel like maybe I've gone the wrong way with the mushroom and I should make this like a beach umbrella to go with my beach ball attack craft.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
I'm gonna go another row. Not because I need to, but because I think it will look interesting. Another row. A bit like that. Oh wait, should bring more than one of those on. Yes, the cries of fear from the enemies as they face the wrath of my beach balls. And cocktail umbrellas. I think this will be just right like this. Yeah, the turn does seem like it's just far enough away, but I still think I should take it out. Because if I have to go mining anything over there, like, say, the gold that might be nice for me to collect, I may forget and get a very unhappy surprise. weld all this up. I have a sombrero too. Do you need a sombrero when you got a beach umbrella? Help, we are under attack from a beach goods store? Yeah, it'll be something like that. No, Karandri, I still insist that I do not need a mankini suit. That is not a thing that the world needs. Okay, let me just do a quick thing. Yeah, I thought that was going to be the case. Thought I remembered with the Mario mushrooms, whatever they're called, like, that they were predominantly red with white dots. Missed welding that bit up. Now, I'm doing this. I also need to make sure that we've got not just a straight edge on this. Oops. Yes, the red cap of death. Exactly. This is so unnecessary. But unnecessary is so often fun. What shape shall I put across the corners here? I'm probably gonna need to go with something like these. No, unfortunately. It's the best transition piece. Means I might just want to get rid of these and do them as the same type of thing. Even though I think having the sharp edge isn't going to look quite as good, I think having it all the same sharp edge will look better. So, one of the things I'm thinking about with this is a pretty dumb idea, but it could be funny to try and pull off. And that's a timed detonation. So I set a timer on the warheads to go off at a specific time, and I need to be within range at that time. And if I can manage to do that, it means that the warheads should all go off, and it won't be about collision damage, it'll be about warhead explosion damage. The other idea I have is to set a sensor. So I kind of want to do both. Because I'd like to have the best chance for the warheads to go off and not rely on an armed warhead getting detonated.
Energy low.
Can chat determine how long the time is? No, I don't think that's going to work. Okay, it's mushroom enough, given the limitations here. Right, and just these around here. And then I can start filling it in with all the functional bits. Make them all the kind of a creamy white color. Yeah, silly string, that doesn't surprise me that hydrogen tanks don't set off unarmed warheads. I think the warhead thing is specific to warheads, was my impression of it, but obviously without any testing. Unarmed warheads are quite a durable block, actually, weirdly. What I'm uncertain about is if a warhead explodes a hydrogen tank, does that enhance the explosion in any notable
Energy
way?
critical.
And my assumption is no. Unless it explodes it in such a way that that becomes a secondary explosion doing its own independent damage. But typically the way a warhead damages blocks is by straight up deleting them. There's some secondary damage from other things, but most of it is a deletion thing. And that means that to enhance the damage of it, it really does need to be a warhead that has specific programming in it to amplify that damage when it gets deleted. It's true, Dominator. I am technically shaping my charge away from the enemy. My hope is that it won't matter. That I will do so much damage that it's not gonna matter. Yeah. Selling the mushroom look. Alright, so warheads, gyro. So gyro should probably be down here on the battery. Far away from potential harm. As should remote control. Hey, cephalopod. Now, need to determine which way is going to be up and down. So, remote control will determine that. Am I going to control the drone? Yes, I am. Directly. I think, and this may be overconfidence on my part, but I think it has a better chance of survival if I control it. And a better chance of hitting the target if I control it, than if I attempt to program it to hit the target. My goal is to make this a single strike. So, my hope is that by making this, I can have something that will be able to be printed once and destroy a single target. And that I don't need to then follow it up with another round after that. The reality is, who knows? Put a clone where your mouth is, put a seed on the shroom and go with it. Oh! I mean, I have died a lot in this series. It probably doesn't matter. It does avoid the whole... Alright, fine. It does make some sense. I just better not forget my tools. As in to leave my tools. Saddle cockpit. Oh yeah, maybe. Let's have a look. What's under the seat? Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. I think saddle's better. Oh.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
No! First, you full inventory. There we go. One saddle. Alright, so... I put the gyro behind it. And we'll do this row here as well. And then I've got to think about warheads and then thrusters. And then that's it. Ready for test? I guess you could put the warheads on merge blocks so that they drop and all become separate grids. But I think I'll try it this way first. When it comes to weapon design, keeping it simple, I think, is often the best approach. The more complicated you make it, the more likely it is to fail, because there are more failure points. Is momentum conserved when unmerging grids? No. No momentum is not conserved when unmerging grids. At least in my experience, it's not. Detaching from a subgrid? Yes. As in detaching a hinge or rotor or a connector. But unmerging, no. You do not want to put any of these things on subgrids because then we can't print this missile when we need it. So it's all got to be a single grid. I mean, a hinge-based catapult is the munition is pretty simple. I guess it's, I guess the thing with missiles is that the missile is both the firing mechanism and the weapon, so it's easier to overcomplicate it and create problems. Whereas, say, a catapult, the firing mechanism is separate, so that can be complicated because it can get reused and refined much more easily. The boom shroom. Maybe. But like all vehicles in this save, it gets a name when it's functional. It gotta earn a name. Hopefully this is enough thrust. I have no idea if it's actually going to be able to lift. Its name will be small grid something. I mean, I'll name it Mushroom Test, but it can get a proper name if it works. If I can make it work. Now, we need some thrust for forward. I need to be extra careful with the greebles. Yeah, perhaps. It is fairly heavy at the mushroom top.
Energy low.
Should be all. And weld it up. And then I've just got to put a couple on the nose. Put some... I don't need a camera anymore because I'm flying on it.
Fuel low.
No.
Fuel critical.
I'll just do this. There we go. That looks really weird.
Energy critical.
Red it remains. I don't want to inset them because I want to keep the armor between there and those warheads. That still looks a bit strange, but it's not quite as bad. Reverse thrust just makes navigation en route a lot easier. And it means if I end up stuffing up my trajectory from high, I can adjust it. It's not necessary, but it does help. Hey, Veronica. Okay. Yes, let's see if this works. First off, let's name this connector. And this grid to test shroom. Control Shift B. So, first off, we need to check if this thing can fly. Yep, it can fly. How far can I tilt before I overwhelm those front thrusters? A decent way. Alright, so. Arm warhead. Detonate. And the other thing I need to add on here is a sensor. Mycelium missile. mycelia, I feel, because that's probably what's going to happen. Sensor, sensor, sensor. Okay, detect players off, detect small ships, large ships on, stations on, owner off, friendly off, neutral off. We'll go 10 meters. Set up actions. Detonate. Okay. Cool. Now, in theory, that is ready. Oh boy. Let's go do this thing. Guess I go after the turn. Yeah, we'll go after the turn. Oh, alright, I'll let you guys do a prediction as to see whether you'll manage, whether I'll manage to do the meaningful damage. Fine. What are the options gonna be? Uh-oh. I've only got 6 minutes of power. I don't think I can do this. I don't think I can do this quickly enough. Manage prediction. Start prediction. Will Shroom go boom? Yes. Victory. No. Flop. I guess, yes, victory means I've taken out the base. No means I have to do this again. There you go, you got a minute. That's a whole lot of jerks that are going to be heading for... Oh, and a friend. Frenemy. Great. That's going to be bad. Am I even going to have enough thrust to get over these mountains? Uh-oh. 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 Come on. Come on. Come on. Make it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Probably should have put a camera on the front just for the sake of being able to target the base a bit more accurately. Here we go. Oh dear. What the heck just happened? Yeah! Ooh. No, I don't have a weapon! I don't have a grinder! I mean, I hit. The warheads are off. They're all gone. They all went. I'm out.
Your health is critical.
I'm wondering if one of these jerks will... Oh. I was hoping a jerk would come in and let him and target me. That was a flop. Not too bad though. I blame the tree. I blame the tree. I did hit the base, but I did not destroy the base. Right. I have an idea. So, first step, repair this. Then I'll set a projector on this so that I can use it to print off another missile. Looks like H2 tanks do increase yield of exploding warheads, probably because of secondary explosions. Makes sense. What the heck? Go there. The schnoz can get weirder. It's not my worst missile test. It's not my best, but it's definitely not my worst. I've had bigger fails. I've had bigger fails even not on the very first test. Oh no. Apparently, the second time I blueprinted it, I did not press Control-Shift-B. So, I'm gonna have to do something that's a little bit cheaty to fix this. Let's just... Might have to go to space for this. Donk. Control Shift B. Okay, this should work now. sure I don't have creative mode anymore. Projector. Blueprints. Hooray! Much better. There we go. Now I can just put together some welders out here and I can easily weld that up. Yeah, perfect the first time. Exactly. Nothing to see here. Incoming agonize.
Inventory full.
You monster. Why? How is the small grid projector even protecting the base? Yeah, it's a quirk of what can happen when you project a blueprint that has both large and small grid. The projector can still project it. You can't weld it though. There's no way to print it because you can't align to that grid, but it still projects it. It's odd. But it is a thing. Oh, wait a second. I need to do that way. Oh, that was almost like a nice little firework display. Nah, it's just a tiny bit of terrain there. Ugh. It's annoying. Whatever. I'm doing it. Okay, so I can do those like that. Then I can make some vertical ones to make it a bit easier to get the top end of the mushroom. Oh, the little printer out here. Ledge Rocker, everything is fine on my end, so... And I'm not getting any notifications of bad data, so if you're getting choppy video, it might be on your end. Maybe. This isn't... I suppose this isn't taking me too long to get the missile reprinted, even though I'm having to build the printer. Could be worse. I need a printer. I mean, I could have gotten the welders to weld each other up, potentially. At least some of them. This is fine. If these missiles work, a goal for the future can be to build something like this underground that's in a better position and that has all the proper stuff set up so that it's just quick to print more of them as I need them. I just wanted something that would work immediately or quickly that didn't require as much setup as something like that would. Hello, Charlie. Good morning. Safety sensor? Nah. Don't need no safety printer. I mean, safety sensor. How else would we get barbecue? I think on my next approach, I'm going to try and go vertical, but I'm also going to add a camera. An underground mushroom printer would be appropriate. Yeah, that's true. It would be. Okay, I think that's done. Looks pretty good. I did not do keep projection. Whoops. Alright, let's add a camera. Make sure it is aligned to my cockpit. When did this turn into Super Mario Brothers? About half an hour ago. Okie dokie. Off we go. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh no. Bad road. Well. Ah! No! No! Oh. Surely that was 10 seconds. Huh? Fine, we'll do it this way. Back home I go. Warheads should be able to detonate without a battery. Yeah, I need more lifting thrust. The number of flatmos I have are inadequate. So we'll give that another go. And we'll add more thrusters.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
They can detonate, but can they count down? I thought they could count down. I also don't know how reliable Build Vision's countdown initiation button is. Yeah, these mountains create a little bit of a problem for me. It doesn't need to charge up. Like, I've... 7 or 8 minutes of power for a missile is plenty. And that's power at full thrust. That's not power, like, coasting or whatever. Looks good. Ah. I'm just gonna dock here for a sec. And then more lifting thrust. Oh, actually, that's what I could do.
Inventory full.
Oops. Let's drop the rest of that off. Let's get rid of 3 of these. Actually, let's get rid of a bunch of them. And we're going to go for more power efficient, large flatmos. So that should be the equivalent of just over, I think it's 12 or 14 of the small ones. And previously I had 1, 2, 3, 7. So I've almost doubled the thrust for lift. Ah, what's inbound? Oh, a whole bunch of jerks. Sure, I want to be flying right now. Seems like a bad time to be flying. Is it gone? It's gone. Okay. Let's go this way. See you, Fire Strike. Hey, Mob. Yeah, I thought the warhead countdown should have worked without any power. Thanks for testing that, Beeblebum. I was thinking about how I would test it in this environment, and I'm like, I don't really want to leave a giant hole in the ground anywhere. So, I was like, how can I test this? I didn't have a good method that I was happy with. Hey, Flop. Ah, look at that extra lift. Brilliant. No, you can do countdown on unarmed warheads as well. Warheads do not need to be armed to do a countdown. I think it just, for some reason, Build Vision in the setting I was in decided not to start the countdown, which was odd, but not outside of the realms of the usual. Okay, I don't think I'm going to be able to pile down on this directly, because I don't think I'm going to be able to stop overhead. So in we go! Oh? Hello? Give me camera. Hello? Oh. Oh, I kept on my tools! Whoops! Did my warhead just go off then? Is that what just happened? I don't even know what happened then. I feel like that's my warheads that just went off. I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna call that a success. Of sorts. It does seem like nothing's hurting me, but I'm very clearly vulnerable. Like, I don't have invulnerable on. I took 2 damage, yeah. That was weird. That was real weird. Apparently I did. Okay, cool. Well, I have a missile that kind of works, so I'm happy with that. If I have more bases that I need to take on, I can do so. Let's get to work on this fighter. This beach ball. Which means finishing off grinding this thing down.
Inventory full.
It is weird that I survived both hits. It is very strange. I've got to get rid of these batteries. I can keep the connector, but everything else has got to go. Yeah, grinding a loaded gun has some risks associated with it, that's true. It'll be fine. As long as I don't do what TFE did a few times and it grind the ammo as it drops, there's no worries. Kaganite, honestly, I have not made extensive use of the AI blocks in anything, because every time I've attempted to use them, they have not worked as they should. Part of the reason for that is I've pushed the limits of the game in other directions that mean that the AI blocks can't work as they should. Because the AI blocks are pushed further down the priority list than, say, physics. And when you're pushing the limits of the physics interactions, the AI blocks no longer then cease to function properly. Because their actions are delayed for so long that they just don't work. Or at least that seems to be the problem. Dr. Ham, the collector can pick up any component or ore or ingot or whatever. I use the defense controllers lots though, because they help me. They give you longer range targeting. They're really handy. Okay, so let's think about this. I'm going to start by big thruster. Big thruster for lift. Maybe even 2. So I think I want to make sure that I've got really good thrust in at least one direction. Thresh out there, there's a hopefully not fun music. Thanks XE6, thank you so much for 31 months. I'm going to obviously need more batteries than this. So I'll probably go with a battery on either side here. Then we can see where else we can squeeze batteries in as I build this up, because we're going for that sort of octagonal beach ball style. I start with a slope there. Oh, it is fun music. No. Why? Why has it always got to be that? I don't need the distraction right now. I'm gonna see if this is gonna work. I don't know if I'm leaving myself enough room or not. Because I need to have enough space on this side to put a turret and lateral thrust. No, stop! Stop! Oh, you... Stop! Yeesh. Ugh. Tell you what, of all the like series that I've played recently, this one seems to be the one that gets the most problems from the turrets. It's probably the one that I'm using the turrets the most, so that makes sense, but still, feels somehow worse than I would have expected just from that aspect of it. Alright, so if I go with putting a block there, then we put
Fuel low.
more fuel in my tanks.
Fuel critical.
Conveyor converter here. No, because 5 by 5 by 5. Dang it, that's not going to allow me to put thrusters out. I need to put that another block higher. So it'd be the turret on there. How big is that making this? And is this going to be too tall if I do this? I am doing a lot more damage to myself than the enemies are at this point. I completely agree. Oh, nuts. Okay. So that's made it taller than it is wide. It's also making it enormous. How big is 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So that's 15 blocks tall, which I did decide was okay, because I should be able to fit. Oops. Like that's the same size that I'm building. It'll be a tight squeeze, but it should be able to get through. And thanks, Dr. Ham. Thank you for the bits. Almost 40 minutes ago that I completely missed somehow. Apologies. Alright, let's try instead of that. With another row out there, then we go to this. At some point this whole thing's just going to drop off, which is fine. Oh, Charlie, stop. Not good for your armpit. Claws are quite sharp, and you'll leave yourself with scratch. Okay, I think this will make it the right width this time. So basically what I'm trying to do is make it so that I can have thrusters next to the turrets. That's kind of my goal. How wide is that? 3, 6... Yeah, so that's 15 blocks wide. So I need to have 2 blocks like that, and then I can put a conveyor converter on there. That's how the turret's going to sit on. The turret will extend out to, whoops, that far. And then I can put thrusters on this part. So I can put thrusters all around the turrets without them getting shot by the turrets, without the turrets getting damaged by the thrusters. And it should mean I can have 8 thrusters in each direction. Plus the 2 big lifting thrusters. This also creates plenty of room for me to fit more batteries in, because for conveyoring, I would probably just do this. And connect that up to the conveyor converter. Whichever way around I happen to have rotated it, because I can't remember. Yeah, not that way. Let's do it the way that makes more sense. There we go. Then we have conveyor from cargo to turret. And I'm thinking of basically mirroring that all the way around, and that way I end up with at least 3 turrets that are capable of hitting every direction, and hopefully won't be able to hit each other. In a very chunky body. That I could probably shrink a little bit if I carve off the sides, maybe. Might lay out the top and see what I can do. Yeah, theoretically it stops my turrets from shooting each other, but practically, who knows. My turrets do seem to find a way to ruin all of my plans. Boom. Oh, the thresh, I think, is destroying the fun music over there. And there's a frenemy coming in, which will arrive before the thresh, at the rate it's going currently. Let's, I'm going to copy this to the other side and see if I can do the design a little bit differently.
Low.
Ah. Oh. Oh. What's the thresh going to be able to do while the other turrets are distracted? Nope. They came from almost perfectly opposite directions, so there are turrets free for both. Okay, that one's down. Come on. Yeah. I want to go just 2 blocks beyond the thruster. There. And then we go up 3 to put the turret block down. Like so. Because this will make this a little bit narrower. And I should be able to keep it the same, keep it down on the height too. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the bots. They haven't spawned all day. And I don't know why. Was it... Edric... Oh, I did remove AI enabled. That's right. I should have removed the bot spawn from the list. I completely forgot. I did remove it. Because remember last week we were getting all the crashes? Like my game crashed multiple times? And notice how we haven't had a game crash yet today? Which makes me think that I am right, that there's still a bug with AI enabled that's causing my game to crash.
Fuel low.
So I should
Fuel
probably
critical.
see if I can send it. This save is probably a better one than Assertive Acquisitions. I wonder if I can get any useful info for JTERP from it. How many slopes have I actually got? 1, 2, probably 3.
Fuel low. Fuel
Who did this?
critical.
Oh. Almost ended up barbecued then. I too am enjoying the scrapyard stuff, Nanyan. It is, it's a way I really like to play Space Engineers. What I'm trying to work out at the moment is what irregular shape I can use here that will still allow me to put thrusters where I want them to, and while also kind of looking okay. I think I'd like to have the 3 slopes. So then it'll be 2 of those, then like that. Mushroom in practice acted more like an APC. Yeah, kind of did. Yeah. It's a bit irregular, like it's an irregular shape because it's not going to be the same amount of blocks per side. But I feel like the shape that I've gone with on the right gives me just a couple of extra blocks clearance going inside, so I think it's the preferred one. think it'll give me a better result. Something I might actually be able to fly into the base. Yeah, it's a slightly squished beach ball. It'll be fine. It's funny you asked that, Nev. Chat have not been able to mess with the fighter construction as much as they might have hoped, because I completely forgot that I turned off the AI-enabled stuff because it was causing crashes last week, and didn't remove those options from the Twitch polls. So I'm going to lay this out and then I'll figure out how I'm going to make a cockpit so that I can actually get into it. So that needs to be a thing. Conveyor converters are just the best block to happen for Gatling turrets on small grid. It's just so nice not having to have something giant underneath one, or having to have the connections to the turret be on the outside. Yeah, okay. Cockpit. How do I want to do cockpit? I think I will take this battery out of here. I will cut an entryway in here. And Rathi, all of my streams eventually make it over to my Flipsy channel on YouTube. Some of them get temporarily forgotten, and I upload them a week late. But for pretty much everything Space Engineers at the moment, that's been a priority, and so I've been remembering it. I've forgotten Enshrouded VOD last week, that's why I'm making fun of myself. Yeah, I think that's going to be easy enough to get inside. I don't want to make it just a single block because that's just annoying. Cool. And making a spicy meatball. Apparently so. Where were the rest of them? Weird. Unless that was you guys? I don't know. Elemental, I intentionally took a break from Icarus because we've been playing it for a long while and a bunch of new games were coming out that I wanted to take a look at. Pal World, Enshrouded, etc. I'm currently in the process of deciding what to do with that time slot once Daylight Savings switches over. As I'll probably find something new to play then, whether that will be Icarus, whether that might be Stationeers, whether that might be something completely different. I am trying to get some input from Capac on that, but we'll see how that goes, whether I'll just have to make the decision myself, as often happens. And that's around the wrong way. Pal World was fun, but not my kind of game I would play long term because the building is just too limited. The building options in it are just way too limited for me to really get excited about it. So Arvy's at War is going to continue, but he's going to be played on a different day. Going in a couple of weeks. Shadow and I are going to try and work out some other days that it can be done, because a couple of things are changing at the start of April for me. One of the big things that's changing is my partner is going back to work. So I will need to do all of the daycare drop-offs and pickups. Which means on a Monday, daycare only opens at 7. I've been starting my streams at 6. And unfortunately that means that I can't start my streams at 6 anymore. I know I have a welder ship, but it doesn't have all of the componentry for various things. It's more for large areas of steel plate that it's useful. Background Arc was the best thing I had as far as multiplayer building. It might have been fun with Pal World, but Valheim happened and now the bar is so much higher. Yeah, agreed, Jex. Pal World does what it does. And one point of credit that cannot be taken away from them. They launched a game that was ridiculously stable compared to so many other games released these days. And for that, like, that aspect alone is sadly an impressive feat these days. But both Pal World and Enshrouded were quite stable. And when you compare them to at least my experience with other games released in the last few months, that's been rare. As my experience with Nightingale was pretty awful, and my experience with Helldivers 2 was horrid.
Energy low.
And Starfield kind of just felt empty. Hollow, I think, might be a better word than empty. Hollow is more evocative of the feeling. Like, Pal World's settled down to about the, I reckon, about the player base that a game like that would be expected to get. They got a massive launch, and I'm happy for them because they did a really good job at making the game at least very playable to begin with. But yeah, I don't see myself playing Palworld again, to be honest. But, like, that's just because it's not to my usual tastes in game. Not for any particular criticism against the game itself.
Fuel critical.
Why did I do that when I've got welders I could have just used that were right there and didn't require me doing a weird jump? Nev, I'm kind of... I kind of feel similar to you on that one. With the... Valheim kind of chased me away with the way the Mistlands are. The Mistlands to me are an example of poor game design. Due to not testing it properly. That's kind of my my feeling on it. The Mistlands are a beautiful biome that you can't see. They've got some interesting enemies that you can't fight because the terrain is so bad that you can't actually fight in it. It feels like they had these ideas, but they never thought them through to their ultimate conclusion of, oh wait, if we do that, it doesn't quite work. They were trying to use travel as a method of adding difficulty. Yeah, and it didn't really work. Like, I love Valheim, don't get me wrong. But the Mistlands, for me, absolutely do not work. If it was Keen making it, I would think maybe there's a chance that it'll change. But I don't know. Can anyone think of any examples where the Valheim devs have kind of rolled back anything big like that? I feel like they've been resistant to it. Which is fair enough, it's their game, their vision. But it hasn't aligned with what I've thought would work. And it left me quite... It left me with not a great feeling about the game overall, sadly. Which Keen we have two now? In this specific case, I would argue both. Keen Software House have caved to community pressure and changed things in the past. Hence, my hope that the whole lightning thing will change. And that they'll accept that, yep, we got that wrong the first time, we'll fix that, we'll change it. But also Keen Games GmbH from Enshrouded have also acknowledge that they got something wrong and are going to change it with their whole multiplayer progression on a save thing. Oh, that is not the right block. So either one in this instance could be applied to. Do, 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 do. But I can't recall a time where Valheim's caved on that. And the thing that comes to mind is the quick accessing of chests. So they semi-went back to what people wanted, but didn't really. They're like, no, we want challenging inventory to be part of the gameplay. And that's what they want, that's what they want. Elemental, I'm pretty sure all the conveyors are the right way, I hope. They're all green, so at least that's something. Thanks, the Doctor. Thank you for a year. There will definitely be more accidental and deliberate deaths of a man in orange over the coming year, I'm sure. Oh, you mean the... Nah. These are all going to be covered up. I wasn't caring about which way they were rotated. In terms of the armor plate versus the thing. And with this shape of build, that's a difficult thing to align anyway. Alright. So we've got 1, 2 batteries. 3, 4 batteries. Can probably even go with 6. Yeah. The turrets will be the last thing I add. I've got the spots for all of them. But the turrets will be the last thing. The reason the turrets are going to be the last thing is because they have collisions on them that make them annoying if I want to try and get my welder ship in here. The other thing I want to try and do is see if I can fit some fixed weapons in here too. So that I can shoot at the enemy bases with some fixed guns. Even though that went terribly the last time I tried. I've got a medium cargo container down here. So don't need any more cargo than that. The connector plus that should be more than adequate for just ammo. If I could potentially... Yeah, I don't think I have power cells on this. Yeah. I'll use this for welding up the armor, but I think the rest of it's probably going to be done by hand. The downside of this design is that repairs may be a bit more difficult because it is not particularly narrow. So getting it in line, like getting welders to reach in to repair stuff is going to be difficult. It is what it is. Can I bury a set of welders inside? I don't think I could bury a useful set of welders. Because if you're going to bury welders, you also need to have conveyoring to them that has large ports linking the whole way through. Otherwise, the steel plates won't be able to get to them, so they won't be able to actually do any repairs. It is starting to look a little bit like an egg. Maybe given the mushroom missile, I should turn this into a Yoshi egg. Alright, thrusters. Let's think about this side of things now. I really hope this thing works, because I've spent a lot of time on it. It's bad enough the last week's efforts were terrible and ruined by the turrets not doing what they were supposed to do. Serenity, I do not think we should have a vanilla small grid jump drive. I think that would be a bad addition to the game. I think what we need is something unique to small grids that makes them more useful than large grids in some particular aspect. But I don't think giving them a function that large ships have that make large ships unique is a good option. As explained earlier in this stream when I was talking about how I think you want to have choice. You want to have the two types of grids have unique functions. Because that's how you have interesting gameplay. I stick resolutely to my belief that tiers in games are just a way to make you play longer, not play more interestingly. Which is why they're so popular in MMOs. If I put these blocks here, I should have enough attachment to put some thrusters down. So in Assertive Acquisitions, I added a mod that gives small grids a speed advantage versus large grids. So small grids can go up to 150 meters a second, large grids stuck at 100. And that's gone some way to giving small grids a unique purpose. I don't think it's a particularly interesting way of giving them a unique purpose, but it was one that was available to me that I could easily implement, so I went with it. But I think it makes a difference and gives them a reason to be used, despite their flimsiness. What about a unique porpoise? I mean, unique porpoises are a lot easier to find than unique purposes. Can anyone in chat think of something that small grids could do? Like, the thing that falls down for me when I'm trying to think about this sort of unique benefit is that you also have to think of the unique cost for that benefit. So, one of the examples brought up before was stealth. How do you make stealth cost the small grid something, and make it cost something to the small grid that still works at small grid? So if it's power, that's not great, because small grids aren't great at producing power. Here we go. I'll be nice this time. Okay. This works. Just want to see how many more thrusters I actually need.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
Yeah, I feel like so many of the ideas that might work require a whole lot of extra functions to be added. Like within what we already have for space engineers. Because if you start adding heat mechanics and things like that, you're adding something that also probably needs to be included as a function for large grids too. And then what's the difference going to be and how are they going to work, that sort of thing. But also, functional advantages of small grid probably would be better focused as not a combat or PvP thing. Because I dare say that 90% of players spend 90% of their time not in combat. Because you spend your time building up towards that. So having an advantage that applies to small grid that's outside of combat would probably be better. So whether that's I mean, small grid rovers already have an advantage. They have a torque advantage over large grid rovers. Not sure how well it'd work to do a similar thing for thrusters, because if you did, I think we'd see a lot of people doing vectored thrust on large grid, which might not be a bad thing. Be interesting. I did try the giving small grid shields thing once in Survival Unlikely. Didn't really do what I hoped it would. Made the croissant last a bit longer than it would have otherwise. Exactly, next. Any small grid advantage you give can be easily transferred to large grid, because you just put it on a connector on the large grid. It is a really, really difficult problem to try and solve. The main advantage that small grid has at present is that it has fixed weapons that have a high rate of fire, and so you're much more able to hit things with it. That's the main advantage I can think of right now that small grid has. Yeah, those small grid weapons can be attached to a large grid ship. Well, I'm not going to be able to add thrusters there, actually. So the cockpit's in the way. So I have slightly less forward thrust than reverse. Unless I double down on these ones here. which maybe I should do. I'll see what happens when I do the rest of the armor. Wait, what am I doing? Those are sticking out further. Thanks, Shaggy. Thank you so much for 14 months. Serenity, I'd argue you don't want to see that. Honestly. I'd argue you do not want to see a series where Capac is the main lead and I have to follow everything that he does. Do you know why I would argue that? Because Capac doesn't want to be in a series like that. That's not what he wants, and when he gets moany about things, oof, does the fun get sapped out of the room. Oh, that's an interesting point, The Fool. Small grid is much easier to print. Maybe they could increase the benefits of printing of small grid. Like, make it even easier to print small grid.
Energy low.
Because one of the... Like, it's... And I think they kind of may have optimized that as much as they could, now that I think about it a little bit further. Large grid welders can weld a single large grid block out from them, which also gets them 5 small grid blocks. If you go a little bit further, large grid gets out to 2 blocks, and small grid only gets 1 block more. So they may have actually optimized perfectly for that. Huh. The other thing they could do would be to significantly reduce tool shake on small grid. So that it's a bit easier to keep the ship stable. Interesting. I also want ship tools to be useful, but it's a very difficult thing. Okay. Have I done all the sides? I've kept my forward and back the same for the moment. I think I'll add the thrusters there.
Energy critical.
Yeah. I'll go get my energy. I mean, something that could give small grid an advantage without being even remotely practically useful on large grid is just slightly upping the durability of all small grids. So they feel less like paper mache. Wet paper mache. The cockpit's still quicker. I mean, the medbay's still quicker, Takari. Sitting in a cockpit versus flying to a medbay, the medbay is so much faster. Yes, with the tensile strength of pasta. Overcooked pasta. I think if Keen enabled printing of subgrids and they didn't include both grid sizes, there would be a lot of people very upset by that concept. So I don't think Keen should do that. I don't disagree that it would be a valid gameplay mechanic, but I feel at this stage of Space Engineers, for them to do that would be a very hard sell. I think it's a perfectly valid approach to making small grid better, but I don't think Keen could actually do it at this point.
Fuel low.
Like, whether or not I agree with it, I know there are a lot of people who would definitely not.
Fuel critical.
Oh, I didn't put the extra thrusters on this side. It's like, what? Something's missing. Have done that side. I feel like taking refineries and assemblers away from mobile grids kind of creates other problems. Like, I think also one of the things that could be interesting for Keen to do would be to create independent game modes within Space Engineers, so that there are kind of like what I've talked about this before, the idea of them including like my scrapyard style of play as an alternative way to play. So you can either load up a standard scenario or you can load up a scrapyard scenario. And if they did that and had a few different modes, then a lot of these ideas could be tested out. And the ones that work could be incorporated into the core experience. One of the troubles with an idea like this is that you're splitting your player base, and all the work you put into one mode is only helping the people who play that mode. And that's, again, probably a hard sell. Which, in short, comes to the conclusion of, I can see why it's so hard. I can see why this stuff is so difficult to come up with good solutions for. thruster. Is that a drone? Or a missile? Don't know. It's dead. Very destroyed. Alright, can anybody think of anything else I need to shove on the inside of this? Or shall I just put the armor on and then we'll figure it all out later? I've got gyros. I've got batteries. I've got thrust in every direction. Guess I could take off and see how much thrust I actually have and how much gyro I have. Fixed weapons. Oh yeah, fixed weapons. Need to see where I can fit them. And then pipe them as well. I mean, that works. You can have a pair of assault cannons like this. does actually work. Why isn't that one wanting to place that? Hmm? Is this turret from this in the way? Go away. Yes, it was in the way. There's a part of me kind of wants to do this. Oh, interior plate. And at the same distance, yes. There we go. The trouble is, I think I have now put weapons that will get shot up by my Gatling gun. So this does not work. A Gatling turret will destroy those. Face them down. Interesting thought. Submersibles and Waterworld. I personally don't want Keen messing around with the water mod style water for space engineers. The water that they're working on for VRage 3, that I'm down with. The water from the water mod, it's cool as a mod. I just don't... To me, it doesn't feel like it is vanilla level of polish or capability. Oh. Oh, perfect drama music as the jerks come in. Yeah, Kel, it was... My understanding was that was for that specific reason that they said, no, we're not going to do water in Space Engineers. Oh, one of them hit. One of the missiles hit. Okay, there is really nothing left of the duck now. the possibilities with the water simulation that they showed off with VRH 3 are incredible. Like, if you think about it, what if they also make it so that that's how atmospheric pressurization is calculated? Like, our airtight spaces are using the same system. We can then have airtight spaces that make more sense. So it'll be interesting to see how far they push that system when they get to that level of development on the engine. Yeah, hydroelectric power. All that sort of stuff. And we go around again. Oof. The moments you really, really, really want to have symmetry mode in survival. It's when you're doing something with 4-axis symmetry. Or 2-axis symmetry? 2-axis. It's 2 axes. It's bad enough when you got 1 axis of symmetry and you want to double it, but when it's 2, oof, so much more. Alright, before I take off, before I go and do more of this, I'm going to weld those up, and then I'm going to give this flight test. But also try and figure out where I'm going to put those guns that I was working on before, because I got distracted and forgot. It's almost 3 axes, but it's... I mean, it's not even technically 2 because of the cockpit position. But close enough. Eep. Dark. Okay, that was a lot coming in at once. Oh, I'm actually getting shot up by the drone. The drone did damage. That wasn't just my turrets shooting myself. It's a miracle. Okay. One side, welded. I'm not sure what you mean, Kayla. Can you position the assault cannons so they start on the other side of the center line so they don't stick out? Oh, no, now I know what you mean. No, not with the way the conveyoring's lined up, annoyingly. Although, actually, maybe if I use the assault cannon as part of the conveyoring, I can. I'll have a look at that in a second. If I remove the conveyor line and then I use the assault cannon as part of it, it might work. Have to give it a try. So if I remove this piece, no, not that piece, this piece here, then we go assault cannon here. Ooh, it only barely sticks out then, which should be fine. Yeah. Yeah, this should work. They're pretty unlikely to be shot, I think. Yeah, the upper one does need extra piping, that's fine. My plan would be to just replace this with one of these. And then one of these. So the kickback on these will hopefully not cause too much horrible recoil, because I think I've got more of the mass lower down than I do up top, if you look at where the batteries are. So I think the center of mass is going to be just a little bit above where these cannons are. So they'll create a little bit of recoil, but given the options I have, I think it's going to be one of the better options. Which is something I definitely have to put thought into after giving TFE so much grief for not. There we go. I agree, steampunk engineering with actual steam pressure and issues related to pressure would be very cool. I don't know if what Keen are working on would be capable of doing all of that or not. But it would be a very cool way to have to engineer things. The thing that makes steampunk to me really appealing as an engineering, like as a core for an engineering game, is that it's engineering at a macroscopic scale. So there's a direct human scale that you can understand when it comes to steam power and steam engines. And that to me seems very well suited to games. Because anything at a microscopic level is less likely to really grab the player, but something at a macroscopic scale like that would be epic. Coal-powered steam rovers, yeah. Yeah, like, if... The thing is, I don't know whether Keen's planning on making V-Rage 3 something that other developers could license. Because if they are, then we could see a lot of this stuff from, not from Keen, but from others. I don't know how that works with, like, V-Rage 3 and its, like, the IP around it and all that sort of stuff. But if it was possible for other developers to take it and work with it, that would also open up a lot of other games to potentially be made. Huh. I know where I can put the asymmetrical thrusters. Pistons that actually work as shock absorbers, yeah. Because I could totally see someone trying to make mini games out of it, and not just making a full-on complete survival experience, but maybe just making partial games. like the sort of games that you'd expect an indie developer to do as one of their earlier games, sort of thing. But still creating cool experiences with the tech that they've been working on. Thanks, Mac. Thank you for the prime sub. How am I entering the Bowl of Death? I have a door. It's down here. And gyro power feels adequate. Boom. Thrust seems okay. My big thrusters are not working hard at all. Whoa. Yeah. Let's go. Block weapons, those. And block. Oh, wait. Unlock. Okay. Batteries. Beach ball batteries. Wait. I think these are maybe on different states. So I will quickly set up an event controller to fix this. I was about to set up controls on my hotbar. I'm like, no, I should use an event controller and do this properly. So I'm so bad at that. I'm so locked in my old ways of doing things. Must migrate to better ways. Event controller. Event. Connector connected. Select actions. Groups. Recharge on. Enable auto. Done. Okay, that's the important bit. Thanks, Kayla. Thank you for the 100 bits. And thanks, Sheniko. Thank you for the prime sub. I'll be back in just a second. I need to take a quick bio break. And hopefully get this thing finished shortly. Okay. I think it's time to add some turrets to this. Set up Izzy's to have the ammo stored in it to the amounts that I want. And then give this thing a test. Yeah. Test the fighter before armoring, yeah. Absolutely. Because the armor's going to take so long and I don't want to have to do it all. I just want to test the thing. I don't want to spend all that time building armor for something that might then not work. No! Stop shooting! No! Grr! Alright, I need a defense controller. At least I remember that part. Thanks to that. Every time. Every time I'm gonna forget that with the turrets. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna put a pair of these on. As well as my spotlights. I don't think we even need to call in anything nasty. Just let him build guns and he will take care of the rest. It feels like that. My own magnesium has probably caused as much damage as any of the others, but has still been necessary. Okay. Let's hop in. Disconnect. Just get the medium cargo. Beach ball. So, I want medium caliber ammo, yeah. I do not want any autocannon. But I want, let's say, 60 of that. Actually, I'm going to give myself a few more shots. See how that turns out in terms of filling. The connector... Let's lock on and get that sorted. Oh yeah, I should have a camera for the fixed weapons, shouldn't I? Otherwise my targeting is going to be even worse than usual. There you go, we have a camera. Cool, that's the correct camera. Disconnect again. Reset name. Prefix name. Okay, I think I'm good to go. $40, $60, and $40. Yeah. All right. Let's go. And this twist over here. I think that's the one I'm going to go after. Searchlights. Yep, they're set to 800. Yeah, that's fine. Searchlights are potentially going to be useful. Something this ball. Let's get this ball rolling. Yeah. In fact, blueprint. So if I'm facing my enemy, potentially 4 Gatling turrets will be able to shoot at it. Should you yell 4 every time you launch it? Possibly. I should paint it all in light grey camouflage. Alright, we have a Thresh. Here is our first contestant. Oh. Love the searchlights converging on it. Got 3 turrets firing on it, that's not too bad. And the 4th one joined. Just at the end there. Okay, and boom. Oh, okay. We definitely get a bit of kick. And these weapons are not super accurate, annoyingly. That fell short. Let's try in there. You can see the spread from them. That fell short. Try and go a bit higher. Nope, that's just doing weird things. Yeah, the spread of the whoop, the spread of the guns themselves is bad enough that my accuracy is impacted by them, by the spread, more than it is by where I'm targeting. Ooh, that was a hit. Still feels like there's a hair in my mouse the way it moves. Okay, let's see if I can get the turrets to do the job. I move around a bit. Can I give them line of fire onto the battery? I'm now out of ammo anyway. Hello, turrets. Why are you no fire? That's why. Oh, vent controller. Set up actions. There we go. Yay, they got the battery. Cool. I think I might have actually made a thing that works. That's actually somewhat capable at doing the job that it was designed to do. Trouble is, I don't think it's going to fit in my base. Because do you know what I forgot to account for? The turrets! The turrets have a huge hitbox. I don't think I'm going to fit. I sound surprised that I made a thing that worked? Yeah, after last week, yeah. I am. At least I took into account the issues that I had last week and ended up with a design that actually avoids all of the problems of it. Ooh. Oh, those rockets are getting close. Come on. There we go. Would I run into issues with the turrets being in one block? I'm not sure. Maybe something to consider. You can see with the way that this thing moves why I don't think I can hit it with my own guns, like with fixed weapons. Oh, they're firing. Cool. You gonna keep firing guns, or are you done now? You packed up for that? No, you good? Come on. Destroy the base. What faction are those drones? They are their own unique faction, specifically for this series. And the Twitch integration. I think I killed it. Because I have not yet run out of ammo. Let me see if I get shot. Yay, no shoot sting. Alright, let's get this one. See if I can clear everything around. Be able to start fresh next time. This... This is taking turret ball a little too literally, I think. No, you cannot win it as a Twitch drop. I don't even know. I don't think... I assume you have to be like a... The developers have to do like weird partnership stuff with Twitch to do Twitch drops. I don't see that ever happening with Space Engineers. Isn't this the base the Kang used in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? I don't remember that bit that well. The downside of my turret ball here is that it does present a sizable target to the drones. So if I'm not paying attention, I'm going to very easily get hit. Come on, Thresh. I want to deal with you before I deal with the base. Still going good for ammo, I think. 40, 39, yep, still good. Come on. Die before it hits me. Kill it. Whoa. That was close. Yeah, Nev. MES drones with their fixed weapons don't have target leading. Shown off rather effectively in one of the early episodes of Assertive Acquisitions when TFE and I were just running along the ground and bullets following behind us and never hitting us. So as long as you're moving, you're probably not going to get hit. I can't remember if there's a setting to make them do it or not. I think that battery's dead. Is this the poor engineer's Borg cube? Maybe. How's my power going? 24 minutes left. The power situation on this isn't too bad either. Oh, actually, it's going to be worse than that. Because there's one battery that's charged and the rest aren't particularly. Okay, now I gotta take out and dodge missiles as I attempt to take out this base. This one might be more tricky. And I don't think I'm gonna fix the ridiculously rapid missile spawn rate from these, because I find it kind of fun. Zoom. There's not much zooming with this thing, but I'm still happy with it. Alright, missiles. Prepare to meet your doom. The doom ball approacheth. See ya, okay. Yes, it does seem that there's a cliff down there. The world seems on this planet are pretty bad. Okay, gotta try and take out that agonize if I can. Then I can focus on the base while seeing how many of these other guys I can take out. New jerk inbound. So, the observation of the fixed weapons on the drones... Ow! Not doing a very good job tracking. Whoa. Ah! It's not 100% accurate. They do some tracking. Ow! And when they've got things that have faster moving rounds, they are more likely to be able to hit. Oh, I lost my front turret. Come on, start shooting the base. Come on. Okay. Hopefully that means it's... Is that dead? Did they kill it? Nope. They did not yet. Considering all the power is in a stack behind that turret, I think you did quite well with that exchange. Yeah, it does. You're probably right. That could have gone a lot worse. I think it's... Nope, still active. Come on, turrets, kill it. I think I might replace my assault... Whoop. Ooh. That was a cheeky thing for you guys to call in at that time. Well played. Come on, turrets. Kill it. Don't want to have to manually control the turrets. Gotta be close to having it dead. Stupid trees blocking me so I can't see things. Thanks, Tyrone. Thanks so much for 30 months. We good? No. Still shooting. Right, let's see what happens if I get down a bit lower. Can I get a line of sight? I can get within their range though. I can't see what's going on with this base. I feel like it's dead. But it's not. Okay. Its battery's underground. its battery has spawned completely under voxel and I can't destroy it. Right. But it's not spawning anything anymore, so I've done what I need to. And that twist I don't need to worry about. City's a long, 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 long way from... Apparently I have a loose... spotlight. Right. Let's do this. Let's go up. Gain as much altitude as I can. And see if I can tip all that stuff out. Apparently no. No, I cannot, because it'll fall the same speed as me, and I can't do anything to slow down when I'm upside down. A little bit of the scrap gone. Let's get the other bits. There we go. I think that's everything. Looks to be. Cool. Relief. I think that's a good point for me to wrap up today. I have my partner's birthday today, so I need to get ready to take her out for lunch. And I will be back on Sunday over on YouTube with some more Scrapyard with a slightly longer than planned episode. You'll see why. Things happened. And then I'll be back right here on Twitch on Monday with some more RVs with Black Shadow and some Enshrouded with Capac, TFE, and Tex. So there's all that and plenty more to come. And I will see you then. Bye, everybody.